Good morning, chat. Hope y'all are doing fantastic today. Today, I think we'll be able to finish up the C++ work for this new node type. It's a fairly simple node type now that I have it built in GDScript. Moving it over to C++ should be pretty easy. And in general, the move to C++ is something I need to consider just in general moving forward, because any code I write in C++ is going to run more efficiently. So, in the future, if I notice any performance bottlenecks, moving them over to C++ just as they are without any other optimization should get me a performance boost. But that is for a later time. Let's see. Where are you? There you are. But first, let us do some startup. Give people some time to respond to notifications. Oh, right. Oop. Timer. There we go. Okay. Tonikai Temple. Here we go again. Hello, Magic Men. Are you ready? Ooh. Bit much. But it's working. You know, guys, it'd be really great if you didn't just stand in the damage. You know what? Sure, I'll grab these. They're worth money. And first boss down. Out of that. All right. Pogo. Pogo. Better. Okay. Going very smooth. Clockwork today. Great. I guess I can just go after the boss now. Safe. I have no idea what soul stones are for, but I will grab them. All right. Room 3. Let's do this. Go in. Get them to start moving. and run away. That's interesting. That the way they built this is to have them path like that. So, like, they're not actually converging on a point. They're just randomly shuffling through that point. Easy peasy. Next. It's actually going very easy. Got a monk and bound to nigh. Monk boy, you're first. But okay. I need to make sure that this guy does not put his AoEs down on the spirits. If he's gonna do any AoEs. Oh no. Whoa! What? Excuse me? Huh. Okay. That's a problem. Like, that's a big problem. What is the spirit that limits the amount of health damage you can take per hit? But where is that? Shelter? There it is. That's what I need. Because with that there, yeah, he won't be able to focus us down. Possibly at all. That was nasty. Being able to two-shot the NPC you need to protect, that's gross. That's like really gross. And I think spirit positioning could have been better. So what I might want to do is put like a wall of spirits and have Togo, Menlo, and myself behind that. And of course use shelter. Of course. Anyway, not enough time to do another attempt during startup, so let's just get to work. All right. And by the way, guys, I have this over here. It's the GD script version of this thing, so I'm not just winging the things that you're about to see. Okay, private. And one thing I don't have any idea how I would do is, how do I specify a range inputs? GDExtension plus property. Oh, part of bind methods. That makes sense. Then there's probably something in the binding as well for making an integer increment. Make integer increment by 1 when adding keyframe. It could be that the it could be that this is in the animation player code, and it could just have an enum that lists out the types. Let's check it out. I should find where this is. There we go. That's rain. Let's try that again. Frame might be the class or property name. Interesting. Very interesting. Alright, let's find this a different way. I mean, this text has to appear somewhere, right? Huh. Okay. This is the engine, this is not the editor. So I'm looking in the wrong place. Or that was the editor, I need to look in the engine. No, this is for, yeah, Godot C++ is for GDExtension. Official documentation? Nope. Weird. You know, it should be here. Unless it has submodules. Submodules, the bane of most developers' existence. Hey there, Erwit. Did I get the plugin working yesterday? I got it running. I still have to put all of the logic in that I want, but I now know how to do that. What was I looking up? My brain just blanked. I was looking up my Godot port. Why? Submodules, that's why. You were right. Oh. So. All right. Do you know? What? Then what is this voodoo that makes that text appear? For reference, what I'm trying to figure out right now is when I mouse over this, some text shows up. Where does that text come from? What is happening? Magic, apparently. Okay, let's go about this a slightly different way. Go plus method binding. Okay. Let's find this guy. Okay. Well, that's not that helpful. Okay. What about... Oh, I never did test which of these is the correct one. Oops! And clearly one of them works. And it might be either. Okay. Maybe it just inherits it from property info. Or we should rephrase that. Maybe property info is what drives that. Because all this does is say, hey, when you want to get or set that variable, here's the C++ code to execute. Property info actually tells the UI what to do with the thing. However, this doesn't really tell me how they did that over here. Because I bet property info doesn't exist here. Or it does. Okay. That is more interesting. And it appears in a lot of places, so that's great. Property info frame. Still in 100 places. That's not... this? Okay. Might be able to cheat. If I can find what type this is, I might be able to inherit it. Okay, what's that? You know what? Let's just test it. I miss auto setters and getters. Here's question: how is the music not distracting you? Vibing so hard with it? Well, I have been hearing the same music for like 2 years. And it's not that loud, so like it just sort of blends for me. All right. Guess I'm just easily distracted. I have the same playlist for way longer and can't listen in code. Start vibing. It's fair. Everyone's got a different way they do things. Add property variant. How did I have this before? Okay. Oh, right. Oh, wait, what? And which ent do you want? Oh my goodness. Ah. That helps. Hmm. Oh. Trader is a private member of right. Hey, I think I'm misusing this thing. Sprite frame library for animated sprite 2D, 3D. Oh. I remember what this is for. This is not the right thing. How can I limit this a bit more? Might be able to get a bit more close to it with... That's offset. Ooh, we're in the right spot. Sort of. Where do you bind this? This is highly relevant. And this is working exactly like I expected it does. Property usage editor. Ooh, and that's how you do groups. Nice. Property hint range. Oh, this is the holy grail. This tells me so much. So much. Now, the one piece this doesn't tell me is How does it know to generate that button over there? And what the behavior of that should be? Signal methods. It's not here. That means there's almost certainly an enum somewhere for this. I'll bet add keyframe. I'm not gonna find it this way, but I'll try. It might have been called insert keyframe as well. Animation track editor. What about just keyframe? Yeah, I'm not finding it this way. Alright, just try it and see what happens. Right frames is not correct. Great. I also want to know what else can go here. A lot of stuff can go there. Okay. But nothing apparently useful. All right. Next. Next up is the direction, and I'm using an Enum. Probably need a new file for this. Can I just have this extend Enum? Is that legal? Never done this in C++. Can you really not extend an enum? Or do you just do it, do you just not do a class? Like, how do you just declare a global enum in C++? Enumeration declared within a class or namespace. Didn't you hear that global stuff is the devil? Yeah. A lot of developers like to say that. I think it is a knee-jerk reaction because most developers don't understand when it's appropriate or not appropriate to use global context. Plus, can enum be declared outside of class? Yes. You know, the most use I've gotten out of AI that's actually been valuable is just as like an advanced search engine. There we go. And I guess I should ask the question, are there any other enums that I want to move here? Probably not. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of things that developers will broadly say you should never do. And at least in my experience, it is always because people don't know enough about the thing, so they just have the knee-jerk reaction of, don't do that. Because they would not be able to use that technique successfully, so it just shouldn't be done. Well, that's a terrible way of looking at anything. Now, how do I get this over into Godot? I'm assuming I need to register it somehow. mean, you need to store player info somewhere between maps, levels, right? Just memeing. So the player info doesn't need to be there's a few ways to handle that. Like, how do you avoid storing that global? You could have the player object passed between scenes as they close and open. You should never do this, but you could. This will be a question for ChatGPT. In a GDExtension, how create an enum use in Godot. Find it. Find constant. That still means it needs to be in a class. How do I make it as part of a namespace? I think it was Witcher devs that said they didn't know what to what object to attach the player info, and since some NPCs are on every map, they attach it to them. That's like in World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft doesn't have quest flags like in traditional game development. Instead, the quest flags and event flags are bunny rabbits. So all over World of Warcraft, there are invisible bunny rabbits. Yep. Which, hey, if you build out a system for your NPCs to be able to see things, and you need some type of object that can see players, there you go. It's not a bad idea by any means. Like, I know there's people I've worked with in the past that if they saw this, they would be saying, oh, that's so lazy. Like, no, that's genius. Yeah, no, in general, like, the elite coder mentality of, well, you should do it right. I have never been in line with that mentality. I distinctly remember one coworker at one place that they took a week to develop something that we could have gotten just imported a library and done in seconds. And they were so proud of themselves for having been able to do this. And my only response was, okay, so you've wasted a week of company time and money. That's it. There's no kudos for reinventing the wheel when you didn't have to. Not in the real world anyway. Like, what matters is results. So the fact that, oh, you were able to build this thing from the ground up, okay, but the thing that's already out there, the library that's existed for 20 years and has been hammered by God knows how many developers to work out all the bugs and to have it more optimized than you can possibly imagine. Yeah, we're not going to use that because you wanted a pet project. Sorry, doesn't work that way. I get very annoyed at leet coders. So annoyed. Try to do as much as you can on your own. I would say a good practice is learning when to get stuff that's already out there. And like one way you've already done that is you've picked a game engine you want to learn. I think you said you had a game engine picked out. And that's good. Like Bevy and Rust there. Yeah. So you've already done a big step of that, which is you know that you should not be making a game engine from scratch. Because almost no one should be doing that. I wonder if I can make a declaration like this outside of a class. And then can I just register the class? That might work. That's legal. Wonder if that's legal. I will find out next time I test stuff. Let me make a list of the things that I need to test so I don't forget. Correction enum. Action I keyframe. But for example, I was learning file stuff in Rust and I decided to make a simple CSV parser. That's what I meant. So something like a CSV parser. If you have something extremely specific you're wanting to learn from that, then I can see some value. But CSV parsing is a solved problem. So and it's worth noting, there's a separate set of skills you learn by importing a library to do that for you. Like, just because someone else coded the thing doesn't mean you're learning nothing by using what they built. And that is a skill that so many developers are lacking, which is knowing how to quickly and effectively bring in some new library, save yourself time. So many developers are terrible at that. And what ends up happening in the ecosystem of development is, in a given language, there's a list of libraries that get used, and then there's like 90% of the libraries out there that no one even knows about, because everyone just builds their own version of those things every time they have to build it. And I think that's a massive problem. Probably the biggest thing to alleviate that has been the .NET framework for C#. .NET framework did wonders for sharing code between people. Hey there, Dream. How's it going? Property use. Don't feel like I've learned anything here. Like, what the heck does this thing mean? Boss after playing Isle for hours? Game force you to stay alert at all times? Heck? Not idle game, Isle game. Are we talking about this, the Isle? There's a guy on YouTube I watch, and he gets a completely new language or library every video, and in 2 hours does some simple project. Blows my mind every time because he just looks at docs and does magic, I guess. That's what you mean, having skill to use libraries quickly? Similar, but obviously I'm not talking about a completely new language part. And I almost never recommend reading through documentation. You can avoid it. Or I should say, language document. Library documentation is fine, sometimes. But language documentation and like just trying to read through that to learn a language is garbage. It's definitely a different kind of game. Is it really a horror game, though? Oh, no, that was just... Oh, no, people are saying it's a horror game, but it doesn't strike me as horror. The amount of times I get scared, yes. See, to me, horror is more than just does it scare you. Like, when I was a kid, I got scared by Super Mario 64. And I don't mean the spooky levels. I mean just any level scared me. That doesn't mean that it was a horror game. And this is like, especially with the crowdsourcing of tags like this, these terms are losing definition. I don't know if it's horror, but the game can be tense, especially when you play in as Prey Dino trying to survive. Oh, I don't disagree that it's almost certainly going to be intense, and it can be scary. I don't agree that it's horror, because horror is something much more specific. It is something that horrifies, right? It's not just does it scare you. And I'm gonna lean on that same example. Like, as a child, I was scared to play. I was absolutely scared to play the original Legend of Zelda on my own. I was terrified of that. But that doesn't mean Legend of Zelda was a horror game. But like I was saying, with the crowdsourcing of these tags, a lot of people have that misconception that being scared means it's a horror game. And I think we have lost meaning in a lot of words because of this, and I think that's kind of a problem. Since if I want to describe horror, I don't necessarily have a word that everyone agrees on what it means for that anymore. Like, if I want to describe horror like I'm thinking of right now, what word do I use if horror now includes anything that scares someone? Kind of how languages work. Yeah. So I do not agree that languages work by everyone having their own definitions of, if that's where you're going with that. The director says himself he's trying to make it as horror-like as he can while staying realistic. Oh, okay. I mean, if he's trying to make a horror game, then have at thee. One phenomenon in our understanding of language and linguistics is this idea of relativistic definitions. Which, I see your comment, and so you're not saying this, but I just want to bring this up. Like, there's this idea that definitions are just relative to whoever says the word. But the moment you have that, you have reconstructed the Tower of Babel. Like, if everyone has a different definition for the words that we're using, then we can't communicate. So that whole, what's the word? It's not necessarily a philosophy. That conception of language is so useless to me. But what you're saying is the meaning of words change. For example, dumb used to mean not having the ability to speak. Yeah. Oh, I can understand that part. But that generally is a very slow process. A language or words don't just change overnight. It takes a long, long time. And society has to slowly accept the new definition. Like, use of the word cool in the way we use it in modern day, that took a long time. That took decades. It wasn't like one person said it and then, oh, now we're using this word in a new way. No, no, no. You had small groups of people using it in a new way, or you had individuals using it in a new way. You had small groups accepting that over the next decade, let's say. You had separate communities accepting that over the decade after that. And then finally, the decade after that, it becomes basically an accepted use of the word. So, generally speaking, if you see a word that has changed definition as of what the, quote, accepted definition is within the span of like 5 years, it's not a legitimate, or it's not a organic change to the language. It's being manufactured by someone. But wouldn't that be accelerated by social media today? No. Only because there's, one, enough people that are not on social media. Two, your way of conceiving of language can't just turn on a dime. Like, while you might be able to intellectually incorporate a new definition, I don't even have the words necessarily to describe this. I'm trying to think of what they would be. Is it ethos? Is that the word I want? I'm definitely outside my depth here. Refers to a guiding beliefs, character, or spirit that define a person, group of... Oh! Okay, so I do want ethos. The ethos of your language can't change that quickly. The spirit of the language that you have internal to yourself, it doesn't change on a dime like that. The same way if you have any sort of spiritual belief, it's not going to change on a dime unless there's some like catastrophic event to cause that, right? Your political beliefs are not going to change on a dime unless you have some big inciting event. And language, like the big inciting events that have prompted language changes, we have them all in our history books. They're not going to be, Jim Bob posted this cool meme on Twitter. It's things like, oh, we had a practice of decimating troops. Okay, that we needed a word for that. Now, I need to just learn this. What is the distinction between ethos, pathos, logos? IDK has been recognized as most used word in my country in 2017. Oh, I agree that academics are going to add words and change words on a whim. Oh, XD. You know, academics are going to change stuff on a whim all the time. Because if they don't, then they'd have to acknowledge the fact that they serve no purpose in society. Like, the people who are updating dictionaries every year with new words and new definitions, yeah, they don't serve a function in society. They are... You know how on infomercials you'll see a product that's looking for a problem to solve? Like, What was one I saw recently? Oh yeah. Someone had made a device for hollowing out a banana and injecting chocolate into the center. No. Like, there was no problem here. Like, we had the ability to put chocolate on bananas, and it served the same purpose. And you have come up with... You have invented a problem so that you can solve it. And the same thing happens with linguistics academics. And honestly, academics in a lot of fields. You're dissing my bachelor's? Well, if you are a person going out here and rewriting definitions every single year because someone posted a tweet, then yes, I agree. I am dissing your bachelor's. Some infomercials where people don't know how to do normal everyday stuff is so funny. Oh, it's absolutely. And I see most academics the exact same way. Like, they've invested so much time, money, and themselves into their field that if they can't find a way to justify their own existence and their own effort, then they'd have to be forced to face the reality that they've wasted all that time. Your bachelor's was in English philology. I don't even know that word. The heck is philology? Do you mean philology with PH? Study of language and oral and written historical sources combining textual criticism, literary analysis, history, and linguistics. Okay. I'm not sure what kind of career you're looking for outside of education. But, good for you. Degrees and stuff like this, I have always told people, you know you can just go study that thing, right? You don't need to pay tens of thousands of dollars to go read books. Like, we have libraries. And they'll hand you books for free. Now, if you're in the town I live in, the library is awful. Yeah, like at my local library, the books are in 3 categories. There's the children's section, which is like half of the library. There's the young adult section, which is a tiny little cubby space. And then the rest of the library is books written by rich people in modern day and politicians, which, you know, rich people. Like, if you want anything historical, you're out of luck. They have none of it. And my understanding is that's how most local libraries have become, where if you want to look up anything historical, it's not there. Because everyone just goes, oh, just go to Wikipedia. Okay, but what if I don't trust Wikipedia as a source? Too bad. Okay, I want to know the difference between these terms. Logos appeals to the audience's reason. Okay, logos, logic, got it. So that is your intellectual side. Ethos appeals to the speaker's status or authority, making the audience more likely to trust them. Huh. Pathos appeals to... Okay, but that... You're telling me what it appeals to, you're not telling me what it is. See, like, here they're saying it's an appeal to credibility or authority, but down here they're saying it's an appeal to ethics. Which are not the same thing. Not even close. So it says... I don't think that's true. Like... I've listened to a lot of philosophers on using this language, and credibility and authority has never been based on context clues what that means. Who made my hamster? That is Cindy. Where are you, Cindy? You're on Fiverr. I have you linked here somewhere, Cindy. I haven't looked you up in a while, but I know you're here. That's not Cindy. What? Cindy? Don't tell me Cindy's not on Fiverr anymore. I'm gonna cry. I mean, I know I haven't hired her in over a year, but... Just a second. I have no idea what my password is on this site. Oh! But I got it right. Awesome. Just need to do the two-factor stuff. Fiverr verification code. Alright, and I don't want to show you guys this stuff just yet. Here we go. Cindy H. At Behaya on Fiverr. And her stuff is awesome. My character, I actually had to request a completely different art style from what she normally does. Or I shouldn't say completely, but a fairly different art style from what she does. Like, let's see. Here's her sort of normal art style. Very crisp. And very, very mobile friendly. And all of the files she provides are SVG or SVG-like. I will post a link in the Discord, so everyone has it. see. Where do I want to put this? I don't know where I want to put this. Sharing personal projects. There we go. There we go. Link is up on sharing personal projects. Now I have to join Discord? Yes! You can come say hi to all the people in the Discord. But yeah, no, Cindy is awesome. Also, of all of the people I've worked with for art, she was by far the most professional. Now, I also conduct myself quite professionally in these exchanges, so like, your mileage may vary if you are not as professional. But most of the people I dealt with when I was doing initial concept art were like, two of them I'm pretty sure were content farms. One of those I'm pretty sure was trying to scam me. And one of them was an individual that, or another one was an individual that was just, they were treating it as a hobby, not as a job or a career. Whereas Cindy seems to treat it as a career. Even though she probably has a day job, she was a pleasure to work with. And if Cindy ever sees this, yes, I am still shouting you out, and I will always shout you out when relevant. Cindy's never going to see this. I'm blind, I don't see it. It's here. Then sharing personal projects. In community chat. What is property usage editor? What is that? So I wonder if ethos, pathos, and logos have any connection to ego, superego, and id. Probably not. You were being a dum-dum? Well, welcome to the community! Yep, that is one of the reasons I chose this name. I want to take the arrogance and the pomp out of computer science. Ooh. Ooh. Now, question. Does this work? Yes! I don't know if it auto-populates, but I don't want to... Don't want to leave it up to chance. Gorgeous! I love it. It's fantastic. Now, what is that thing about? That doesn't tell me anything. Oh. Callable cannot be properly serialized and stored in a file, so recommend property editor instead of property usage default. Property is shown in the editor inspector. Default for exported property. Ooh, all the usages are here. Not stored, not displayed in the editor. This is the default for non-exported properties. So, like when I have a local variable. Got it. Property is serialized and saved in the scene file. Default for exported property. Property is shown in the editor inspector. So my property usage should probably be 6. It's strange that they're using a bitmask logic here. They skipped over 1. Very strange. Let's see. Property can be checked. Property is checked. Sure. Property is excluded from the class reference. Choose to categorize properties together in the editor. Group. Bit field. Oh, so that would be like the that would be like the way the collision layers are presented. Property usage, no instance state. Property does not save its state. X. Can prompt a restart. Interesting. Script variable used to distinguish between exported script variables from built-in variables. Property usage pigs. Property is stored even if the value is null. If this property is modified, all inspector fields will be refreshed. Yeah, okay. Property is a variable of enum type. It takes named integer constants from its associated enumeration. Ah! Excellent. I'm going to need that very, very shortly. No. Don't want text server. Aha! It works. Gonna need your own dev username and character. How does one even come up with stuff like that? For me, the name came to me very, very quickly. Like, based on what I wanted to do, it, for me, felt like the obvious name. Nicknamed by stealing first 3 letters from a guy that just typed random letters and it sounded cool. And it's reference to Family Guy. Alright. And remember what I was saying is not my game dev goal, but what I wanted to do with the channel. So specifically what I want to do with this channel is to demystify coding for people. Like, online there's this perception, because of how curated all the content is, that to be a programmer you have to be a genius. And if you're not, like, spewing out golden code every second, then coding just isn't for you. Well, that's not true. me just go ahead and get all my properties real quick. What else? What else? What else? What else? Can I override the process function? Probably not, if I had to get. I might be stuck on everyone should code its easy bubble. My dream come true to do game dev. This one, great. But I have other stuff online under this, like, hardest thing I've ever done for sure. Suppose it depends on the person. So, if I'm like, Erwit, does this mean you've never had something you've been developing or coding and you're struggling for hours to figure out what's wrong with it? Never had that. Because I don't believe you. Misunderstood what you meant then? Thought you were talking about the general public discourse of dev is super hard or for elite. And not that long ago, the narrative was everybody should code. It's not that hard. I mean, so the narrative that, like, the just go learn to code, bro, that's still around. It just sort of got muted a bit by the whole controversy with telling, like, coal miners to just go learn to program. Obviously been banging my head on over stuff before. Yeah, so what I'm trying to get rid of is the illusion that programmers can just pour out quality code as a stream of consciousness and there's no road bumps. Because that's what you see on YouTube all the time. Whenever you look up programming anything, it's just like a condensed 30-minute video that the person's just typing out code as if though they just instinctively knew what to type. And I've known people that have gotten discouraged because they were like, well, I can't do what I'm seeing on YouTube, so I guess I'm just not smart enough. Which is awful, I think. Man, there must be something wrong with my head hole. Isn't that kind of the case though? People who work 10, 20 plus years just already know what they will need beforehand. So it seems effortless and magic. Just experience of having same issues before. The way you're phrasing that might give someone the impression that that person doesn't find new issues that they stumble over, which is not the case. Like, whether you've been coding for 2 years, 10 years, 20 years, you're gonna stumble over stuff. It will happen. Like, I have well over 10 years experience as a developer now, and you see me all the time stumble over basics, like not having proper declarations in my C++ code. Granted, C++ I'm much weaker in, but regardless, like, fundamentals like that, you trip up on all the time. It just happens. Because with programming, there's so many different things that you need to have pumping through your head at every moment. There's no way you're going to successfully juggle it all constantly. Like, sure, there might be the 1 in a million developer that is an absolute genius that can hold that all simultaneously. For the rest of us, dum-dums, this is what programming is like. Point. I've seen some videos of a senior dev sharing their Google searches. At one point he had to create a new table in SQL, but he didn't have to do that in years, and he had to look up this basic concept. Oh yeah. Oh, and for syntax stuff, oftentimes I'll look it up even if I'm pretty sure I know it, just because it doesn't take any extra time to just look it up, because I can then just copy paste the syntax. So all the time that I would have spent typing it out, I might have gotten it wrong, and instead I just spend that time doing the search and copy pasting. Part where you forget what you learned before is torture. Yes. And again, it's because of the volume of information. Like, I could write a massive book just on what I know about compilers. And I don't even know how to write a compiler. Like, just the concept of compilers and how they work in theory, I could write a book on. Like, not that anyone would want to read the book, but like, that's the amount of information I have on one very, very important, but in the grand scheme of programming that I do, very, very small aspect of development. I do that with ChatGPT. I think I know what I need to do, but I'll ask it just in case. And if it's what I expected, I just Control-C, Control-V. Yeah. And in that case, like, as far as I'm concerned, you're not really using AI. You're using Search Engine Plus. Then again, that's what AIs are. I'll say, I said it before a billion times and I'll continue to say it. I hate that we have called these things AIs. Like, LLMs are not AIs. They're not. No AI has ever been developed. At least not in the sense of what the layperson thinks an AI is. And no one does the work in media or even the people who run these companies to inform people, no, this is not like in the sci-fi movies. ChatGPT has been useless recently. It can't hold multiple systems at a point. Like, if there are too many moving parts, it just gives up on explaining anything. Just spouts nonsense. Oh yeah. People are using it as a psychotherapy substitute. Yeah, no, that's like one of the most harmful things you can possibly use it for, because people think that it is intelligent because that's what we named it, which is stupid. Like, why didn't we just name it Search Engine Plus or Search Engine 2.0? Because that's what it is. Like, you scraped the internet of all of its data the same exact way that Google does. Like, I call it an algorithm personally. Algorithm is far too general in my mind. Like, we need a more specific term. But just looking at how LLMs function. Well, we have the name LLM that's very accurate, but AI is more marketable. And that is the problem. People are more concerned with marketability than accuracy on this, and it causes so many misconceptions. Like, talking with my older relatives, they find artificial intelligence to be creepy. Well, it doesn't even make sense to call it creepy. Like, that's like calling a toaster creepy. That doesn't make any sense. And it's because they believe that it's a computer program that is thinking. They believe that. They believe that it has a personality. And like, as many times as I tell them that's not the case, it doesn't go away. Because after I explain to them how it's just like a toaster, it's just a very sophisticated toaster, they then watch whatever news station is their news station du jour. And like, it just rewrites their understanding back to, oh, it's a creepy person in a machine. At first it was creepy to you because you couldn't conceive that it wasn't a person. I mean, did you have that same problem the first time you encountered a chatbot? Because that's the other thing that LLMs are. They're just very advanced chatbots. Never used a chatbot? Really? Not even just to mess around with one? Alright. My girlfriend calls all sorts of AI Al. Yeah, I have something similar. Any GPS I use that has a voice, I refer to as Betty. All GPS systems that talk to you are Betty. And I can't explain exactly why. I'm not allowed to use some of the words, or the word that's required. So in the early days of GPS systems in planes, the GPS was also tied in with all the other systems for monitoring how the pilot is doing. And part of your descent is you trim the wings, which is, I don't know all the specifics, I'm not an aviation guy, but it's a thing you do with the wings as part of your descent that gives you some more lift at lower speeds. That's my understanding anyway. If there's an aviation person out there that knows better, please correct me in the comments. But the specifics are not too relevant. Because what is relevant is the GPS system at the time would... Excuse me. If you were not within a very tight tolerance of what it expected you to do, it would issue commands at you. And so in the case of trimming the wings, the GPS would start getting louder, and the voice actress who did this was quite energetic. And so the GPS, when you are coming in for your descent, would go, trim, 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 trim. And so, all of the pilots in the industry nicknamed her Aunt Betty. I'll let you fill in the blank. And so, in honor of that, I name all of my GPSs Betty. Oh, yous guys. I think I'm gonna go back to the old logic on this. Now this is not what I want. What is const? Because I thought that meant constant. I just realized, like, I have no understanding of this. Type qualifier that specifies that an object or variable is non-modifiable. Okay, this is another instance where I hate C++. C++ is garbage. ChatGPT has been so amazingly helpful. Since it can teach me how to code super specific scenarios. Google searches can only do so much. LLM knows all the variables. Learning so. So be careful. Because LLMs being used the way you're using them are very, very good at making you think that you have learned. It lies all the time. And so I'm not talking about it telling you wrong information. I'm talking about when it tells you correct information. So let's pretend ChatGPT never does anything wrong. Let's just pretend for a second. So you ask it to tell you how to write something specific. Okay? It gives you an answer. You read through that, you feel like you understand it, you use it in your code. And now you need to do a slightly different scenario in the future. Do you actually know enough to be able to modify that old thing? Or do you just think that you know? Like, this is sort of the step once removed from the vibe coding bros. And what this means is, if you're not careful, your understanding of programming is potentially going to be a house of cards. Like, you don't have any serious foundation in the language. You've just got a bunch of bits that ChatGPT has fed you. And I'm not saying that is the case. I'm saying there's the potential for that. So if you're not able to find answers with Googling, that suggests to me that you probably don't have an understanding of the language and environment you're in. Like, I know from experience, I can find all the answers I need from Stack Overflow for just about anything. Because of that, I feel safer using ChatGPT as a quick reference on something. Know what you're getting at? Try to ask more general things, like sometimes I don't know a system exists, so I ask the different ways you could code something, or ask it to teach me coding concepts. So let me show you one of the best resources for learning programming. JetBrains. Find whatever tool they have for the language you work in and get access to it. They have something along the lines of, if you contribute to open source projects, that you can get this stuff for free. JetBrains is amazing. If you want to learn how to code better, this will teach you. One of my favorite, or the tool I've used from them the most is ReSharper. I cannot see a thing. There we go. Wait, have they gotten rid of the branding, the name ReSharper? No! Oh, there it is. Whew! I was worried. They have a bunch of non-commercial licenses. Not for C, C++, unfortunately. They have something for C++. It is more limited than the C# stuff. But some examples of what ReSharper does. One, so you know how in an IDE, it'll give you like a little squiggly line under errors, and it'll give you recommendations on how to fix it? Well, ReSharper does that same thing, but turned up to like 20 out of 10. Like, it's a whole step further than, like, going from coding in Notepad to coding in an IDE is the same step as going from IDE to using ReSharper, or whatever tool in their suite you decide to use. Their fixes are often way better practice, They also have JetBrains Academy for a bunch of concepts. Pretty sure it's free as well. I'm unfamiliar. The other thing is it has a default set of styles it can apply, and you can customize what styling decisions you want in your code base. Any project I've been on after I learned ReSharper, I have imposed very, very strict style guidelines to be enforced by ReSharper, and every time my team hates it for a week. After a week, everyone loves it. Because for the first week, it's an absolute pain where you aren't allowed to push your code until ReSharper says, okay, you're good to go. You aren't even allowed to compile until ReSharper says you're good to go. With the way I have things set up for my projects. And that's super annoying when you first start having to deal with it. It is worth noting though, like, it doesn't just stop the build, it tells you exactly where the errors are, and you can hit a single button that goes through all your errors, and it gives you recommendations on how to fix them. The same way like Microsoft Word spell check works, so very, very streamlined. And so it'll show you styling improvements to do. So things like if you have if-else, it'll recommend things like use ternary operators, just because it's more succinct and it's the recommended syntax. However, if you don't understand why it would recommend something, you can mouse over it, or maybe there might be a hotkey, and then there's a drop-down menu, and there's a hyperlink to an article from them explaining why you would want to do it. Often you can, so you can always click and it just does it for you. I've never had an instance where it wouldn't. Only this worked with Unreal Blueprints. What are Unreal Blueprints written in? Is it C++? Oh. Oh, no. Yeah, no, then you're not going to be able to use it for that. Yeah, it's a visual representation of C++, so if they have... No, you wouldn't be able to get advantages out of this. Sorry. So, I love the fact that there's articles that link directly from your IDE. It's amazing. And what better way to further your development education than, hey, if I'm working with another programmer and they recommend something, I can ask them why they're recommending that. But with most tools, there's no one to ask. But they've built that in, and they have basically an entire wiki that they maintain that explains stylistic choices and any sort of optimization or error fixing. Like, it also analyzes your code patterns for normal anti-patterns or normal inefficient patterns. This is a remarkable company. Truly remarkable, the products they've made. And of course, their code generation is amazing. So, you know how in Visual Studio, if you start typing a method, it'll give you a recommendation, like a auto-completion, and then it'll like fill in a lot of the code for you. So like your parameter section, your closure for the method, all that stuff, it'll do for you. Well, ReSharper, and I assume there are other tools, turn that up to 20 as well. The best example I have is in C#, I needed to implement IEnumerable, which the specifics are irrelevant, but in order to implement that, I also had to create a hash function, which I had no knowledge of how to do. And I wasn't really interested in learning how to do hashes, how to create a hash function. However, ReSharper, when it saw that I had extended or implemented, there we go, IEnumerable, it said, hey, you're implementing IEnumerable. It had squiggles under it. And it had an option to generate the hash function for me. And it generated a fully functional hash method on its own. I did nothing. Yeah, no, I was baffled. And like, it wasn't just that it made a hash method, like it actively used properties in the class to generate the hash. It was insane. It was wild. I was beyond baffled. And then when I actually implemented and did sorting and stuff with the IEnumerable, it just worked. Like, the hash just worked. But like another small one that I used all the time is switch or match cases. So in most IDEs, you can type a match and they might give you a single case statement. Well, with ReSharper, when you do switch or match and then you put an enumeration, when you hit enter or whatever your hotkey is for ReSharper, it auto-generates all of the cases for every single value of the enumerable or of the enumeration. Yeah, no, it's coding on steroids. It's beyond amazing. I need to do work. I need to stop fanboying over JetBrains. Void. No more distractions. Oh, we will have distractions. Do I need to put like... Oh. Why are you not happy? Oh, did I already find it? Very confused. What am I doing wrong? Fix? No fixes. What do we want? Distractions! When do we want it? Now! Indeed. Redefinition of updates frame. Yeah, I don't understand. What is different? Void update frame. Do I need to put like private? No. Redefinition different kind. Oh. You happy now? Oh, I just hadn't saved. Son of a gun. There's what I want. You have a code question. I always like teaching. Ask away. I can't promise that I'll have answers, but ask away. Okay, so I need the H-frames, need directions. I should reference these directly. Or not. I just found the while function, never seen it used. Just learned what it does. In what scenario is the use of while loop acceptable? In my mind, I seem to be able to replace it with other stuff. So the question of can you replace it with other stuff is yes. The point of a while loop is to say just until this condition is not met, keep doing whatever I want you doing. So one example is a good example. Ooh, here's a place where I use a while loop. I have a function that needs to generate an arbitrary number of an object, so an arbitrary number of instances. And I don't know how many that's going to be ahead of time. So what I do is I say, while the count, and I'm going to have a number that are pre-existing. So what I could do is upfront do the math that says, okay, I have this many, I need to have this many, here's my difference, I'll generate those in a for loop. I could do that. Or I just say, while my number of objects is less than the new total, create a new one. Like, a thing to remember whenever you encounter any sort of new function or syntax like this is it is almost always the case it can be done in another way. And kind of like an extra condition. What do you mean extra condition? I mean, it is a condition. How is it extra? Okay, I need direction. Should reorder this. A game loop, for example. I don't know if I like that example. If I change the because it can stop externally as well as internally. Yeah. I mean, depending on what your condition is, yes. Looping over an array wouldn't do that. You could build in the same functionality though. For element in array. And let me also put, you know, like bool test equals false. If test ring. And then somewhere else in the code, you could asynchronously set test to true, and that forces this to leave as well. Now, should you ever do this? No. Do not do this, because this is like intentionally creating a race condition. Because then you don't know how many elements you got through. The only exception here would be like if you're trying to garbage collect, or like let's say this is an enemy that's processing some data and the enemy has died, so you don't care what the processing is at that point, then you might do something like this. But like that's a very specific use case, and like avoid race conditions, pretty please. Avoid them, because they are bears to track down once you've made them. And for anyone who's not familiar with the term race condition, it is any time in your code where two different bits of code operate in tandem and can affect each other. And so the outcome of whatever is happening is based on which of the two pieces executes slightly faster. I prefer looping timers and... What the heck is a looping timer? Never heard this term. How do you do casting in this stupid language? Yeah? Huzzah! I guessed right. I love it when I do that. Oops. Yeah, that's an Unreal thing. Basically just a custom tick. Ah, yeah. So that would be an Unreal thing. We don't have that in Godot. We just have timers. Like, what does a looping timer give you that a timer doesn't, though? Like, for reference, in Godot, when I have a timer, I just create a function that gets called every time the timer ticks. And so that function just executes on a loop with whatever delay I have in the timer. Gives data on how long it's run. And it has a variable that you can make do whatever you want timer. A variable that can make do whatever you want a timer to do. Huh? On a super brief, it's a timer under a different name. Make it stop and start looping at runtime. I mean, you can do that with a timer. Like, there's no such thing as a timer, as far as I've ever seen in any language, there's no such thing as a timer that you can't stop and start at runtime. I'm not finding this thing you're calling a loop timer. Or looping timer. I want to see if like that's something specific or... Looping timers in Unreal Engine blueprints are used to repeatedly execute a function or event, set intervals, avoiding the performance cost of event ticks. You just described a timer. Loop is an integrated input into the node function. It's just a tool. Yeah, it sounds like it's not something distinctly different from just a timer in general. Where did... Apparently I moved my trash can to somewhere else in the house, and I don't know where it is. Dude, development is complicated. These conversations are how we make it simple. It sounds like there is something slightly more to it than just the same thing as a Godot timer, but I would probably be able to implement looping timers exactly the way Unreal Engine does in Godot by adding one variable check. So like 2 lines of code would probably get me to the same spot, if I had to guess. I think that's right. This argument to member function update frame has type const, but function is not marked const. Oh, I have put this in the wrong place. Get. Okay. Is there any way I can make this more efficient? I don't think so. Yeah, the best I could even potentially do here is wait until the next frame to compile all of these changes. That's the best I'd be able to do. And I'm not entirely sure it's possible to do that. Alright, time to do bindings. Time to do garbage bindings. Actually, let's clear this stuff out. Value is going to be the same for all of them, so that's fine. Nodes are just functions, so each line of code. Oh, so they just use visual scripting. I'm assuming that you can actually just use C++ directly for them as well, though. Yeah, I've never gotten the hang of that. It weirds me out. Okay, next up is direction. Okay, hold on. With unused stuff, limitations because you won't find a node for everything you need. That's when you have to pull out your C++ skills. Yeah. And I imagine the visually coded stuff is going to execute less efficiently than if you just did it in C++ directly. The same way with Godot, using GDScript is going to be less efficient than C++. Epic wants to push for more use of blueprints. I would want to see performance metrics between visually coded versus C++ coded. That to me would be very interesting and telling. Property name. Spectrum. It is not. Ooh, it probably does have to be a variant int. And here is where I do the thingamabob. Called I don't know what to do here. Less efficient, but they showed the difference was very small on modern hardware. Oh yeah. I know. Most video games don't do a ton of number crunching, so the optimization you're going to get in C++ is minimal for the vast majority of cases. The reason I'm shifting this over to C++ is this is executing multiple times per frame for every single thing that animates in my game. So I want to make sure that any performance I can get, I'm getting. Goodness me. I mean, this is the thing that updates the frame of a sprite. Why is it not doing the thing I want to do? Pretty please? Mechanic constructor not viable. No known conversion from perplex to and. Oh, do I need to put a hint in there? Yep. Now you just need 4K textures? Yeah, it's not happening. Now, what actually goes here? It's a string, but what is the hint? Help! Long, complicated answer. Basically, speed of development is prioritized. Oh yeah. In the vast majority of cases, the faster development time is more important than faster execution of code. You don't like when people don't worry about performance? Because modern hardware? So it depends on what you mean by modern hardware. When I say modern hardware in this context, I'm talking about any GPU that was made in the past 15 years. Which is not what epic means when they say that. Like, I have a very different term here. Because I want my game to run well on any GPU purchased in the past 15 years. That's my goal. I think they mean GPU made this year. If they mean that, they're being disingenuous. I suspect they mean anything later than probably the 20 series GTXs. I would guess they mean anything that or more recent. Like the 10 series, I think, is finally considered old. But like my personal computer, I'm still running a 1080. Find comma separated list of options. But what if I don't want to do that way? Hey Godot. Not you. Hey Godot. How do you do this? Oh, good lord. No. 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 Really? Takes about as long to make a game today. They look marginally better and run 5 times worse, so I don't know where the money's going. Yeah, there's definitely this just, and this has been the case for well over a decade, that performance has been totally deprioritized. When that GPU was made, but I assume not yesterday. Got the brand new one launched this year, so in 10 years I'll be in your shoes still using it. The 1080 I bought a year after it first came out. And that came out in 2016. Okay, so about 10 years, almost 10 years. Yeah, the 1080 is a beefy little card. Like, it was a massive jump over previous generations. And I remember being flabbergasted at the cost, and of course now this is nothing compared to modern GPUs because we have to reserve all hardware for AI. Yeah. It's like they forgot ray tracing was added in Cyberpunk. Yeah. And the funny thing is, ray tracing is a super duper old technology. Like, it wasn't a new thing when it was being introduced with these cards. It was an old technology that was horribly inefficient, and was only possible on this new hardware because it was so powerful. For rendering, but not for real time? Stressing me out. I get it. I mean, for anyone who's worked in Blender and done renders, you know, rendering takes time. And they basically took the same stuff that Blender uses to render and said, let's just do this in real time. But don't do that. You're wasting so much resources, or so many resources on that. Like, why? Why do? What could go wrong? Exactly. Oh. In case I ever need to use this again. Hold on. Can I do this? Is this legal? Hey, it's legal. I love it when that. Oop, oop, oop. Anyway, what were you, wait. What? What I hate most about ray tracing. Show me side by side, see the difference. That's it. Now some games apparently have it on by default, can't turn it off. Yeah. Yeah. Now I should be able to just use that, right? Did I write test instead of text? Maybe I don't need this. Usage classes. Property info, variant set, property none, usage. Let's try 2 versions of this. This one. Don't know if that'll work, but I want to try it. All right. Saving your budget for voice actors? Fair enough. I am going to have no voice acting. Huzzah! If I do have any voice acting, it's gonna be super cheesy and it's just gonna be me speaking into this microphone. Which means it's almost certainly not gonna happen. Yeah, I don't think it makes sense for my game to have any sort of voice acting. Like, there's literally no story. I have no narrative in my game whatsoever, and that's by design. Okay, direction done. What's our next property? Local frame. Goes from 0 to 7, increment by 1. Your project revolves around a story. Makes sense. But first make every dang NPC mute because they don't need to steal my voice actor's money. That's fair. One way you can pretty cheaply get voice acting for NPCs is come up with just generic greeting lines that don't match the text of what they're saying. So you can have the feel of more complete voice acting without actually having to pay all of that out. So things like you walk up to generic shopkeep and their text might say, "Welcome to the such and such blacksmith," or the such and such smithy. And the voice acting just says, "Greetings, adventurer. What are you looking for?" You hate that? Obsidian used to do that? I understand why you might hate it, but the question you have to ask yourself is, would you prefer that or silence? Because that's the choice, right? And depending on the game, sometimes I prefer the silence, sometimes I prefer the generic voice line. And part of the way you make sure that it's not too grating to hear it over and over again is when you hire a voice actor, say you want like 20 different reads of the same line. You should be doing that anyway. Because you want to be able to pick and choose what your favorite takes are. So like for a single voice line that like you're just gonna play once, maybe have 5 different takes from them and give some kind of direction for each of them so you can pick what you like. But for the thing we're talking about right now, where it's just, "Greetings, adventurer." For your vibe, you just want them making noises like "Huh, huh, huh." Okay. So, Minecraft villagers. Oh boy. Oh, I guess I'm done. I've bound all the things. Let's see. Will it just work? I think I prefer Silence Obsidian in their older games before they went full voice actor or voiceover and story. It's also sometimes voiceover some parts main story, and it would always take me aback. I'm listening to some character and suddenly need to start reading. Voice lines being last probably makes sense. Particularly because if anything changes during development, then any money you spent on those lines, bye-bye! Yeah. And these sort of decisions are very difficult because for every person who says, I'd prefer silence, there's going to be someone else who says, why isn't there voice acting? Why does this person talk and this one doesn't? What did I do wrong? Hello? Apparently I did a lot wrong. All right. Go direction is not a class structure union type. Okay. Well, we will take a look at that after. How about now? You work now?
It's not gonna work now, I promise.
Yup, it exploded. I think there's way more people that prefer voiceover. Just looked at your favorite Obsidian games on sale. Abysmal. Not even 1 million copies. Outer Worlds, that everybody and their mama said the story is trash, but it has full voiceover. 5 million copies. A thing to also take into account though is when it came out. Like if your favorite game is much older, then the market was a lot smaller. So you need to make sure you're doing apples to apples comparison there. Right. Fraction used in nested name specified. I know how I'm probably going to do this, and I'm not going to be happy about it. Now, what if I want to expose that enum elsewhere? Well, but let's try just running this. What happens? What's wrong? Used in nested name specified. Yeah. I'm aware. Why? I think it might have to do with how during the changes in context. Yeah. Like stopping the voiceover mid-main quest sounds odd to me. I also think that EG3 just shows how you can have a successful isometric RPG. Don't the genre. I do think it's the voiceover, especially free voiceover is so good. BG3 has a lot going for it. Like, the general production quality in terms of just graphical fidelity is pretty off the charts, especially for a CRPG. Voice acting, I agree, fantastic. The writing is a bit modern for my taste, but still pretty solid. And then you've got just mechanically how they implemented the 5th edition rule set. They did an amazing job. Like, there's aspects of the Baldur's Gate 3 implementation that I prefer over tabletop. Wonder if it's a character first writing formula. People love those kinds of stories. I mean, character first writing, I would argue, is just correct. Because if you are writing from the top down, trying to write the story you want and then insert characters to just accomplish those goals, you're going to run into a problem of a character operating outside of what their motivations would dictate. Like, many modern games will do it right. Exactly. Like, I mean, modern writing in general just abandons the idea of consistent characterization. My favorite example is Marvel movies, where we are told that someone is the smartest person in the room, or in the world, or in the universe. And then they just do stupid stuff. Tell, don't show. Exactly. Well, it's worse than that. It's not just that they're telling and not showing. It's that they're telling and then showing the opposite. One fun example is, like, one just basic example. In Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness, America Chavez is locked up in a cell for containing magical interdimensional threats. And then she breaks out of it using her interdimensional magic. What? What? Everything about that movie makes me angry, though. Like, just everything in that movie makes me angry. Someone can be smart but make dumb decisions. Not sure what you mean. Early Marvel stuff was pretty solid. Oh, early Marvel stuff, I agree. But, I mean, Multiverse of Madness just has so many solid examples. So, in the opening sequence, when Defender Strange is trying to protect Chavez and get to the pedestal, he uses a spell that freezes the monster. He freezes the monster. And then instead of doing that again, he just never uses that spell again. Why not? Is it on cooldown? Their first Iron Man movie is etched into my soul forever. First Iron Man movie is, I think, a golden template for how to do things. The only exception is Obadiah Stane's writing was bad, in my opinion. Like, Obadiah turned into mustache twirling villain way too quickly, and he stopped being a person. Haven't seen much past Endgame, so I don't know. Endgame was right there with the worst of Marvel. Endgame was absolutely right there with the worst of Marvel. And people don't think about that because of the big, cool action scene at the end. However, guys, if you don't want Endgame ruined for you, I'm gonna put a timer on screen, or I'm gonna put something on screen so you guys know. The action scene at the end was peak. It also makes no sense in narrative, but here I'm gonna I need to put something on screen so you guys know when I'm talking about this, so that you know when to come back. In case people want to, in case people don't want to be spoiled on Endgame stuff, or don't want me to just ruin the movie for them. Okay, so time travel. Time travel almost never makes sense in fiction. So specifically, they totally break their own narrative with their time travel rules, okay? So there's a few things that don't add up, right? When we have the Ancient One explaining how the timeline works, how the golden timeline works, and how the Infinity Stones apply to that, we are given an explanation that basically means there are parallel universes, right? That's what we're told. However, if that's the case, what happened with Steve Rogers at the end? Because if time traveling sends you to an alternate timeline or an alternate dimension, then when he went back in time at the end, there's no way he aged up to meet the people that he just left. It can't happen because it's a separate timeline. So, while the Ancient One tells us how time travel works, we are shown a completely different story, right? So, the Ancient One was just wrong. He just left them behind. But yes, as of the Ancient One's understanding. But, and I'm perfectly willing to accept that the Ancient One was wrong. Like, she's not perfect. So, let's just accept Ancient One is wrong. Okay. I'm pretty sure she said that if you take the stone from her timeline and not return it, it makes the timeline. So, they're really hand-wavy with that part. The issue I take with that is, why is changing an Infinity Stone different than eating a burger in the past? It doesn't make any sense. But regardless, so and let's even say that that's true. That okay, because Steve brought the stones back, it merged his split timeline. Okay, let's even pretend that's the case, right? Then the fight at the end of the movie can't happen. Because Nebula brings Thanos from the past into the present, so he never did the original snap. The movie can't happen. Ah! Yeah, that, like, I just recently realized this when reviewing it. So, the whole, remember, at the end of the movie, the Thanos they are fighting is the Thanos from before he snapped. They plucked him out of his time and brought him into the future. So, in the time when the original Thanos did the snap, he doesn't exist in that time anymore. So, the blip time frame never happened. Like, Nebula undid the snap when she brought Thanos to the future. But Hulk said that them going to the past is their new future. Yeah, that didn't make any sense. This sounds paradoxical? Oh, because it is. Oh, this narrative is filled with paradoxes. Yeah, and like, Bruce's explanation of how time travel works was the dumbest thing I think I've ever heard in anyone explaining time travel. It was awful. And it was extra awful because he's being presented as the guy who actually knows what how time travel works, in spite of the fact that they are inventing time travel. Can I say I did time travel better than Marvel? Yes. Like, how does Bruce know how time travel works? How does he know the consequences of time travel if the technology doesn't even exist when he's saying that? Hello? Hello? And then the movie proceeds to use the time travel rules from all of the sci-fi movies that he just said aren't real. Like, it is so insulting to the intelligence of the viewer. Okay, wait. But I personally kind of agree with Bruce because that's the only way you can not have paradoxes. No, not true. Not true. There are plenty of ways to not have paradoxes. First way, you've got the, we are not in spoilers right now, so I'm going to remove that. So how do you do time travel without having paradoxes? Okay. So first way is alternate timeline. The moment you travel into the past, you have created a new timeline. And you can have paradoxes make sense using the rules given by a given universe, parallel universe, right? No paradox there. So that is the simplest way. And I think that's a cop-out. I kind of agree. Yeah, I don't care for that version. I don't find it interesting or satisfying. It's just like, okay, so that's just not your universe anymore. Okay. Kind of boring. But that resolves the paradox. The other way you have no paradoxes is, I think it's called the bootstrap timeline, where whatever you did in the past already happened to create the present that you're coming from. Therefore, anything you did is already baked into what happened in your in the past that you're from. the past of the present you're from. Like, so for instance, so Harry Potter time travel? Yes, yes. Harry Potter does that style of time travel. In universe, it shouldn't really work the way that they say, but yes, that is the time travel they show, at least in the movies. I don't remember if the books are fully accurate to that. But yes. And so to give a basic example, you go back in time and you play the lottery and you save that money for your future self under some false name. Okay? Well, you get to the present, you go back to the present, and you don't have that money. Well, why is that? Well, it turned out that that money was actually used to save the family farm 2 generations before you. And that's why you don't have the money, but your family still owns the farm. And so the only reason you still own the farm is because you went back in time and won the lottery to have the money to save, so your family could save the farm. But from your perspective, you've just always had the farm. And, you know, some distant relative had some extra money that was able to save the farm. Yeah, the third way that movies do time travel is purely as a setup. And this is how the Terminator movies work. So time travel is basically just a MacGuffin that allows the story to happen. So Terminator is sent back in time, and the only reason time travel is at all relevant in the Terminator movie is so we can get futuristic robot hunting John Connor. That's it. Has a clear purpose. And like, we never have to wrangle with the consequences of changes in the past. That, like, very specifically, those movies make sure that you don't think about how the future ends up changing. And notice the early Terminator movies, we never see what happens in the future. And that's very intentional. Because the moment you start seeing what happens in the future, you're going to start asking questions. Yeah, I just want to see robot and explosion. Exactly. It's the author's way of saying, don't think about it. Because for the purpose of the narrative, it's not super relevant. And let's break down, like, not just that the author doesn't want you to think about it, but why isn't it relevant? Okay, so if we're in the bootstrap situation, you're in the past, your only perspective is the past, so everything operates as you'd expect in the narrative. Now, we are let's say it's the alternate timeline scenario. Okay, well, that Terminator's coming from an alternate timeline. It doesn't affect how I'm going to react to that Terminator. Like, as far as the narrative of the first Terminator movie, it doesn't matter if the Terminator is coming from your future or from an alternate timeline. It doesn't make a difference. But didn't first movie show Terminators hunting people when John's dad was talking about it? Or am I Mandela affecting my... Oh. I thought the first movie, the dad isn't even in it. I thought that's T2. Oh. Hold on. Maybe I'm thinking of T2 then. Didn't the first movie show Terminator something? So specifically, if it's just him talking about his life, it doesn't change anything either. Because whether he's talking about their future or he's talking about an alternate timeline future is irrelevant to the narrative. Like, and he may not even know what version of time travel the universe adheres to. And it's still irrelevant for how the story plays out in the past. In my narrative, the time travel is a vehicle for reflection and to emphasize the character's journey, kind of similar to that Terminator style. So if you're using it as a tool for reflection, like character reflection, I doubt you're using the Terminator style of time travel. You're probably using Bootstrap. Another piece of media that uses Bootstrap is Futurama, where Stephen Fry finds out that he is his own, what was it, like grandfather or father? Yeah, when we get to like depicting John Connor in the future in the Terminator movies, that's when you lose the protection of keeping everything in the past. Okay, it's super duper important if you're going to make sure your audience isn't thinking about the mechanics of time travel. You cannot show the future. Leave it alone. Time travel is the reason the MC becomes the hero who discovers time travel. Makes him the hero, and yeah. Yeah, that is very much Bootstrap. And someone, while they were time traveling, pushes Fry into the cryopod. Yeah, again, Bootstrap. And Bootstrap, to me, is the only satisfying way to write time travel. And like the first time you read or watch a Bootstrap time travel story, it's a surprise. And you can never really have that surprise again with a Bootstrap time travel story. However, my enjoyment shifts from that initial surprise to solving the puzzle. Like, if I know that something is going to be Bootstrap, I really enjoy analyzing the story as I go, going, okay, I know this character is going to the past and going to try and affect these changes. How are these not, like, how is this going to construct the same future he's coming from? Like, that's super cool to me. I love that experience of trying to understand the mechanics as the story is being conveyed to me. I could not disagree more, simply because every single time I have a question, what was the first loop? So there isn't a first loop in Bootstrap. That's the point. So it's not that there was a first time you went into the past. No. You were always in the past. There was a you that popped out of nowhere, made some changes, or did some things that they thought were changes. And then that version of you goes back into the future And the world progresses through your life until the point where you choose to go back in time to do those things. Like, it's not a matter of there's a first time it happened. No. It always happened that way. Present affects the past just as much as the future because both don't exist, right? But that doesn't make sense to me. That's why I like the idea that you're going to the past aren't really changing anything. You are you. Well, I want to dismantle that line. You are you. Well, I am not me from yesterday. Like, I'm a different person than I was yesterday. So when I say a future past version of you, I'm just talking about your life experiences at that point in time. When I'm talking like bootstrap time travel. Present affects the past just as much as the future, because both don't. So the present definitely does not affect the past. Don't know why you're saying that. I know Bruce Banner tried to say that in Endgame. Only the present exists. Why do you assume that? Like that's an assumption you're making. That's not just patently true. Depends on the rules of the universe. Sure. But the moment you have more than one consciousness, what does that statement mean? Like, in your story, a character travels in time. So if future and past don't exist, only present, who's present? You said the hero goes back in time. Okay, well, what about all the person standing next to him before he went back in time? Like, at the very least, you have two different presents that are coexisting, right? And since you seem to be following Bootstrap, this is not how your story works? Okay, then what are you referencing to say that the past and future don't exist? Wait, maybe I'm mixing up who said what. No, Dream, you're the one who said the past and future don't exist, so what are you talking about? What do you mean past and future don't exist? In what universe are you referencing that past and future don't exist? Because that does not track for me at all. In any of the things we've talked about. Why are Enums annoying? Just make sure nothing else is broken right now. Oh. I have to go back to spoilers for just a second. Something I forgot to bring up. Sorry guys. One other thing from Endgame that also doesn't add up with the rules of their universe. When they take an Infinity Stone from a point in time, how are the other groups traveling to that same alternate timeline, assuming we're talking alternate timelines. Anyway, I promise no more of that. And that was a rhetorical question. Like, I know there's no explanation because the writers could not handle time travel. I'm saying present in this kind of universe exists simultaneously. Again, what kind of universe? I need to know what source you're pulling this from. The concept of the past and the future isn't real, it's your current perspective. You can access any present, they all exist, therefore you can change which past you experienced. I mean, is this just a universe you're making up right now? What are you talking about? Are we talking about Marvel? Are we talking about Star Trek? Are we talking about... What universe's rules are you describing right now? Because I know you're not describing real life right now. At least not by any conception I've ever heard of. Why is... Hold on. It is not currently running. What? In a universe where the rules are that there are alternate realities and time travel, several stories use this logic. Okay. So you're suggesting that in a story where there are alternate timelines, past and future don't exist. I don't see how you can possibly believe that, because that's certainly not conveyed in any of those stories talked about. Wrong. Unknown error. Awesome. I'll take a look at that in a minute. They do exist, they're just other present moments, just like real. I feel like you're just using words to avoid, avoid saying that past and future are real. Like, you've just used alternate words to say the same thing now. And Erwin, future does not exist in physics. Yes, it does. Future is an idea, concept, try to predict, but never actually go to. Whether you can go to something and whether or not it exists are two very different assertions. Like, as a hypothetical, it could be that we discover an alternate universe. And it could be that that alternate universe we can never go to. That doesn't mean the other universe doesn't exist. And I would argue the same thing for the future. Sure, you don't... I'm not saying we have. I literally said it's a hypothetical. What? Uh, we have not discovered a mirror universe in real life. I'm sorry. Hate to break it to you. Why is this thing freaking out now? Like, I've removed all of the stuff. Like, there's nothing left. Didn't they recently find evidence of a particle that moves differently in time too? Nope. Assuming you're talking about the thing that came out of the Large Hadron Collider back, like, about a decade ago. There was a paper or an article that came out talking about how they had a particle travel faster than light and supposedly moved backwards in time as a result. Last year? So it depends on what you mean by move differently in time, because just moving faster makes you move differently in time. Like, time dilation is a thing. No definitive answer as to whether future exists. The idea that future exists is incomprehensible to you. Well, it depends on what you mean by exist. If you mean that it is a physical entity that exists concurrently with us, but on a different point on the axis of time, then I can't give you a definitive answer. No one can, for obvious reasons. There are theories. That actually goes right into the universe simulation theory. That's what you mean when you say future exists? Okay, so I would agree. We have no way of answering that. If the universe is a simulation, then almost certainly the future exists on a different point on the time axis. However, in a more general sense, the fact that we have experienced a continuity of time suggests that there is something that is the future that we manifest as we progress through time, or create as we progress through time. There is, like, and this is just like the idea that the universe isn't going to run out of film, right? Like, if we are acting out a movie, there is some reel of film that is being, or let's say it's recording the movie, so we don't run into the simulation argument again, but it's recording the universe play out. There is film that has yet to be filmed on, or recorded on. Don't agree with that interpretation. To me, it's just now. What will happen tomorrow is never known. I didn't say it was known. I'm not talking about whether or not it's known. I'm saying there is film in the universal camcorder for tomorrow. We haven't played it out yet. Like, it hasn't had anything to record for that yet. But there is time there that will be. For all we can say, tomorrow the universe will stop existing. So, at least from the perspective of 5 minutes ago, we can now say with confidence the universe had film in the camcorder for right now. So at the very least, from the perspective of 5 minutes ago, What I'm saying has to be true at a minimum. Man, today has just turned into a time travel discussion. Unless, of course, you subscribe to, what is it, last Thursdayism or something? Yeah. It's the thought experiment that last Thursday the universe was created, as it was exactly. To me, what you were saying suggests future can be known. There is film. We try to calculate somehow what will be on it. No. So I specifically said it is film that is blank, that has not been recorded on yet. So what I'm saying is there is time in the future. Now, whether something physical exists there is not what I'm suggesting. I'm saying that there is time there that we will eventually manifest on that film. It doesn't necessarily exist on the film yet, but the film does exist, is what I'm saying. At least as far as we are able to ascertain based on our limited scope and understanding, it is almost certainly the case that the film is there. Now, whether or not there's anything on the film is a separate debate. Have I melted brains yet? Because I know mine's melting. I love that response. Yeah, I'm going to bed now. I'm getting out of this. This is some hot nonsense. My brain is cool as a cucumber? You say that. But I see you running away. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, of course. That's something I just seem to inherently reject. I guess I don't... So rejecting it seems weird to me because there's literally no way to know one way or the other. It was a joke, Dream. Go to bed. Get some rest. Come back tomorrow and tell me how I'm wrong about everything. You'll have wonderful dreams that'll explain everything to you. You'll have a vast understanding beyond us. And you need to come back tomorrow and explain how we're all wrong. I wouldn't dream of it. Oh, heavens. Okay, so why is my code broken? Why do I have absolutely nothing useful here? Like, all I'm registering is Sprite 2D Plus. I suppose this might be causing issues. Try this. What do you mean? Oh, that's what. Ooh. Oh, I'm dumb. Okay. Got it. If I try this. Lame. Really hoping that would work. But it's fine. Okay. Kind of don't want to go into those types of hypotheticals because, like you said, the universe as it could have been made last week. The simulation, brain in a jar, blah blah blah. Try to operate on the assumption that things I observe are real and true. I understand those are assumptions, but I just prefer to operate with them. And with this framework in mind, just filter out theories that are, at least to me, a bit more abstract. So the point of bringing those up is not to say that they are correct or anything about them. It's just to demonstrate the limitations of our ability to perceive. Once you reach the character limit, that's once you have to stop. That's when you stop talking about time. Absolutely. We don't have time for this. I enjoyed that more than I should have. This is wrong. Partially because I have animations that have 16 frames. Ew. What was that long number that Godot uses in its code base. Hello? Hello? Some big number they use. Where are you? I guess I can just put like 64. Because honestly, if I have a single animation that's 64 frames, something's gone wrong. Then... oh. Oh man, sometimes I'm real dumb. Specifically, I want in that and this page print. This dot get framed. That's not. There we go. Oh, wait, is there some local version where this is calculated? I wonder. Your girlfriend's been doing Lego stuff, and you're telling her about watching a hamster code. Nice. Hope I didn't get too distracted. Oh, I did. Yeah, I think I'll... If I can get the dictionary or the enum to show up in Godot, that's where I'll be happy for the day, because that'll mean that it's basically done. But... you have a good one, sir. Rest up, so you can be quite productive. Brain up, set. Is not there. Yeah, I enjoy having the conversation. Especially on days like today where I don't know what's happening. And I need to subtract 1 from here, don't I? Yep. Okay, that should eliminate that problem. But... I also need to look at introduce the next thing. Like, I'm pretty sure I need to register it. I'm almost positive. I just don't know how to. So this, I'm pretty sure will just not work. Yep. It does not like registering that because it says that's not a class. Get static class. Ooh. Maybe that's the only problem. Let's see. No, that wouldn't work because it doesn't make sense to do that. GDExtension. How to register. But I don't want it inside a class. Okay, how does this YouTuber say to do it? No. No, this is not GD. Okay. Okay. Whew. You're declaring it inside a class. But I don't want that. Larg. Yeah, I know how to do that. That's not what I want to do. Because if I do that, I'm going to want to move all of my enums over. I don't want to do that. Not that. Where the heck did I put this thing? Has to be here somewhere. Oh, dang it. Actually, let's do a run of this. I need something where I'm not thinking for a little bit. Hello, Baldy Bros. Togo, you want to not stand in the giant beam of light? That'd be awesome. Bro just loves standing in the beam of light. Hello? And next, uh-oh. Mistakes! Mistakes are being made! Not good. Big mistakes. We're just running. Oh my god! Okay, we're okay. We're okay. We're sort of okay. But I am hurting on time now because I messed that up so badly. Oh my god. Seriously? I was in position, you decide... Why does it hate me? Ooh. Double Dragon is terrifying. Okay. EX. Oh, hello. We're not doing so good. Oh, right, I never actually... haven't done the boss yet. I need to hurry. Pretty sure that was enough. There we go. How long does shelter last? 52 seconds. Go ahead and set up for the monk first. I did not plan that properly, but it works out. I'm half tempted to, what am I half tempted to do? Oh dear. Son of a gun, son of a gun, son of a gun, son of a gun! Woo! Amazing! I should have fought this group first, I guess. Or second. Alright. How does this one work? Are they gonna do something crazy? Gorgeous. Okay. Next. Okay. What do we got? Rangers mostly. I think I need to prepare shelter for this. I think I should eliminate the infested or the afflicted before I fight him. I'm running very low on time. Even if the other two charge after him, should be okay. Wait. Just in case. Aha! You think you can do anything with Spellbreaker against me? Oh, he did remove my hex. That's unfortunate. Okay, are the others gonna charge? Nope. I am down a minute, though. Whoa, no. Uh-oh. Nope. Bad. Good. Right. Alright. That's a boatload of elementalists. Oh, that's so many! Why? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Shelter goes there. Pop this. Do this at max range and then panic. Oh boy. Men low. Then low. Then low. Oh, man. Did I take out any? I don't think I did. Yeah, no. They're still there, just yucking it up. Oh, get out, get out, get out! Woo! I don't know how to do this. This is awful. What? Why are they not attacking? Oh god. Seriously? Well... Okay. Shelter seemed to do absolutely nothing against them, so like... yeah... What does the solo wiki say? Does it just say good luck? When it's tricky, you can pull the monk without the 3 warriors, but 4 elementalists 1 by 1. And 4 elementalists 1 by 1. Monks aren't needed. So, I'll bet the answer is this. I need a... what's it called? What kind of bow is it? Not a short bow. The opposite of what I need. Flat bow. That's what I need. Okay, so where is the fastest flat bow? If it were the anniversary event right now, there'd be a great option for a flat bow. Definitely can't get that. Hobby, will be expensive. Feathered flat bow might be good. Swift, fierce justice. Oh, that's an Ivanor. All Nightfall weaponsmiths. Excellent. I need wood planks. It? Okay. Oh, I guess this is like Noob Town in Nightfall. That's fine. And since I don't actually care about doing damage, I don't need one that has good stats. That said, the anniversary event has a bow that the required stat is spawning power. Extremely unique. Neat. Huzzah! Yes. Well, I guess I put it up there, but... Or, no. Okay. Okay! Let's actually just sort inventory before we get back to work. Insignia or major absorption? Probably insignia. Or both. Or all three. Ah. Merchant. Now. Merchant. Seriously? Thought to be able to rip that piece off. Alright. Good. What are soul stones for? We get a recurve bow. Flat bow. And Nicholas the Traveler will be asking for this in April. I don't know if we'll still be playing this in April. I doubt it, but if we are, I'll have them. And I'll hold on to that one. All right. Where were we? Yeah, it does not want to register that. I was going to look at... Yeah, I do not want to have to... Erg. Okay, I know how I'll implement it. I don't like it. wrong with that? Probably wants constructor, huh? Oh, right. I have to extend something. What am I doing wrong here? Are static classes a thing here? Yes. GDExtension, how to create static classes. May not like this. The class and initialize a period. Bind with class DB. Okay. Good with that. Register. Okay, so it probably just doesn't like registering static classes, even though that should be legal. Static is not permitted on a declaration of a type. Sense. that. Click. This is where I add in this bad boy. And this one. And I should probably translate the other stuff from specifically this. Okay, doesn't like that. Body of lambda. Probably need to declare this over in a C++ file. I'm not allowed to do that here. I guess I want it read-only. But must be declared out of line. This is another example of something that... Why doesn't the compiler just handle this? Like, making me write this for every single class seems bizarre. Bind? No, the binding. Mode idle. I don't think that'll work. Okay, maybe Google's AI will do better. How to create an header file. Yes. It has the same answer. Oh, it's not an Enum class, though. Maybe that's the difference. That was it? And it. Be sure that's necessary. Find what? Constant? Extension constant active string array. Declare a constant. Does not go in the C++ file. Header file might. Oh, really just bind it as the getter? I don't like that. Oh, fine. The lame way to do it. Plus how to declare static constant. Okay. Oh. So I maybe don't need to include it in the header. Okay. Why are you unhappy? Guess I don't actually need it shaped that way here. I just need it to be a type that can be turned into backstring, right? Oh. There we go. This might not be necessary anymore. What's wrong with that? Oh, must be initialized out of line. So that's just used internally. That's fine. Do this properly. That all legit? Let's do this in pieces. Otherwise, I'm not going to know what breaks what. Didn't like something. Substantiating blah blah blah. Guess I need to bind the enum itself first. go back and get rid of that. Get rid of that. That. Just my Enum. And that's it. How long have we been going? Whoa, 5.5 hours. Apparently time flies when you're talking about time travel. Incomplete pipe. Is it really just wanting... Like, is it literally saying that it's incomplete? Simplify, go here. I can't imagine that's what it means, right? That doesn't make sense. For fine power saying complete pipe view in nested name specifier. What you gonna tell me now? What usually happens when the enum isn't declared in a way that you don't in binding effect. Like that? Header file. What I have. Got it. Don't know what this is. What is that? GPT, I think you're making stuff up. I think you hallucinated this. That hurts. The thing is, this also says to do it. Oh! Oh. Oops. Now does it play? Please play nice. I'm gonna have to spend at least some of tomorrow on this, and I really wish this wasn't a third day task. Good. Huh. Right. Now, what about in here? Do I have access to direction? Huh? Ooh, that's... Huh. I don't under. Does not appear to be doing what I want. Here's a question. No. This says not to include. Okay, so this line does some weird magic. By the look. I'm going to run that errand today. What time do they close? Close at... I need to end stream now, basically. Right. So it what? That doesn't make any sense. Ah! Ooh. Blind constant. How to create constant. Okay. Do the binding. No, you add it as a property the same way you would for anything else. Just the backing of it is static. Or the backing of it is a constant. Okay. That's fine. Then when you bind the method, just bind method. That's okay. I don't like it. I don't like it. think I put that. No. And wait. Static members cannot have constant qualifier. Why? Correct in the general sense, you can have static constant data member. Static data member const. Why? Why did that go there? Here. Would it not be legal to say this? I am so confused. You guys have no idea. I can go for another 10 minutes at most. No, I should call it. I need to head out. Okay, we'll pick this back up tomorrow. I know we didn't get a ton of dev done today, but this is confusing stuff, man. Like, why did why did the name of the Enum disappear? Like, why? All right. Anyway, that's gonna have to do it for today. Everyone, thank you so much for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. If you did, please give the video a share. Maybe you know someone that wants to learn game dev along with us. Or someone who just wants to have their brain melt by talking about time travel for way too long. Also, an extra special thank you to my supporters on Ko-fi. Thank you all. Above all, guys, hope y'all have an outstanding day. Take care, everyone.